Call the April 18th, 2023 Town Council meeting to order. Cynthia, are we in compliance with Freedom of Information Act?
Yes, sir, we are.
Call the roll, please.
Certainly. Mr. Stanford?
Here.
Mr. Alford?
Here.
Ms. Becker?
Here.
Mr. Brown?
Here.
Ms. Bryson?
Here.
Mr. Ames?
Here.
Mayor Perry?
Here.
All accounted for, sir.
You will join in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You will continue standing as we have Chaplain Glenn Neff from the Hilton Hospital say some opening remarks.
Pleasure being here. I just want to say before I invocate, last week was phenomenal, and we're proud of being great hosts to a marvelous. Almighty and merciful God, as we convene in these chambers for today's council meeting, we welcome your presence and divine inspiration. Our town is blessed with beautiful nature and beautiful people. We truly thank you for the blessings that you give to us. We welcome help, seek to best serve and protect our land and our people. Help us to use the good wisdom you have given and made available to mankind so that we may treat one another with understanding, kindness, and generosity. May we always strive with your help to make town of Hilton Head a better place to call home and a place where others will always feel at home. May your blessings continue to be with each one of us this day and every day. Amen.
Amen. I will now recite the civility pledge and ask all of you to follow along as well. I pledge to build a stronger, more prosperous community, civil engagement, respecting others and their viewpoints, finding solutions for the betterment of my city and town. Thank you. So we have some minutes before us that need approval. We have regular meeting from April 4th, 2023, and I'd like to do these together if possible. Town Council ad hoc regular meeting, April 6th, 2023.
Moved as submitted.
Second. Okay, that was easy enough. Dave, we call the roll, please.
Certainly. Mr. Stanford?
Yes.
Mr. Alford?
Yes.
Ms. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Support.
Ms. Bryson?
Yes.
Mr. Ames?
Yes.
Mayor Perry?
Yes.
Motion carries, sir.
Mr. Orlando, do you have a report from the town manager today?
I do. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, members of the community. I'm looking for Josh. Where's Josh in the room? He's not in here. Zendaya, is Senator Davis
Yes. I'm
LinkedIn? Okay, just real quick so I can tee that up. Senator Davis has requested an opportunity to provide everyone here today and to Town Council with a legislative update. The General Assembly is in its first year of its current 2-year cycle, and the last day of session is coming up on May 11th. Of particular interest today is the status of Senate Bill 0284 and House Bill 4213, which was introduced by Senator Davis, supported by Town Council and passed through a resolution, and it would allow for an expanded use of a tax, accommodation, and hospitality taxes for workforce housing purposes. So, Senator Davis, great to see you, sir, and thank you for all you do.
Great to be here. I'll give you a brief update. It got third reading at Senate, and it was crossed means, and there is a sub that'll be set on sometime this week, and I have every indication with our delegate that it will be approved by the House, the governor for his signature. And of course, what that bill would do by the government, but during for purposes of facilitating the other thing is we take second reading to the budget, the Senate. And there are several items of interest, Hilton had in there, a minute here. First of all, $1 billion has been added to the Beaufort Jasper Regional Trust Fund. As you know, is a trust fund also the two counties. That provides $3 million top of, I believe, $3 million already been committed by the local county. Well, in addition to that, the Senate budget includes a $2 million appropriation to Habitat for Humanity Hilton Head by the infrastructure on the bridge just over the line in Jasper County. So budget $3 million of Beaufort Jasper Regional Housing Trust and $2 million appropriation to the Hilton Head Island Habitat for Humanity meant to address the work that S284 also addressed. Two other items of interest that I would note is $750 was included by staff on a staff to help relocate the state exchange perk that has to be relocated because it's to the port of the runway. We also but a little over $900,000 appropriation to Mitchellville for next state. And then also finally, Mr. Orlando, Council, there was a $300,000 appropriation to the town land use study for the bridge, the independent study bridge that's ongoing. $300,000 is something that I told you that I could get to the budget, and that also included. So we'll reading to the budget tomorrow, and it'll cross back over to the House. The House will take it up and debate it, and then take it back. There'll then be a conference committee appointed, 3 members of the House, 3 members reconcile the 2 versions of the budget. So member and I will be ensure that all the items for Beaufort and Jasper counties that are in reconciliation. So, but other just in the budget as well for our appropriate U.S. of low country. Today, but I did on those items.
Senator Davis, you have been cutting in and out on us a little bit. I didn't want to be jumping in because you were clear at some points and then it cut out a little bit.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if that's our reception.
Closer to his phone?
Or not. Senator Davis, I have Josh Gruber here, Deputy Town Manager, that might interpret a couple of the choppy spots. So bear with us and stay tuned.
Yes, sir. Senator, I was going to say, even though it was coming in and out, because we've talked previous times, I understood kind of what you were saying, so I wanted to take an opportunity to make sure that folks were clearly understanding what it is that you've been doing on our behalf up in Columbia. So first, you were talking about the Senate bill allowing for the expanded uses of accommodations and hospitality taxes. That has passed in the Senate. It has crossed over to the House. It is in the House Judiciary Committee, and you are confident that that will move forward. You then outlined several funding opportunities that you've identified for items here within Hilton Head Island and the Low Country area. $1 million to the Beaufort Jasper Regional Housing Trust Fund, $2 million to Habitat for Humanity, $750,000 to assist with the St. James Baptist Church relocation, and $300,000 to the Hilton Head Island for the independent bridge study. And that all of those are within the budget process, which will go into conference committee here within the next couple of weeks. So hopefully...
Josh, one correction. The appropriation after a regional housing authority is $3 million, not $3 million.
Yes, sir. $3 million in funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Josh. Senator Davis, thank you. Mayor, Council, any questions?
A big thank you, Senator Davis.
It's a privilege to do your business up here, guys.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for all you do for us.
Okay,
great
take care.
job.
Good meeting.
Thanks, Zendaya. All right. Next, fire rescue. I saw Chief in the back of the room. Where is, oh, there you are. How you doing, Chief? Thanks for all you do. Fire rescue received the Fire Safe South Carolina Community Designation for a fourth year in a row. Designated communities continually work to reduce fire-related injuries to our state and thereby decrease risk for residents and firefighters. They also promote consistent fire safety messaging and stress the importance of providing all relative data collected at fire scenes. To earn this designation, fire departments completed courses to improve data quality, trained community partners to deliver in-home safety visits, and developed their skill set through online National Fire Academy courses in risk reduction and assessment. I don't think I need to say it, Chief, but we appreciate you, your entire department, for all you do, and thank you. Great job. Sean Colin. Hi, Sean. Sean just recently completed a 12-week high-performance leadership program through the International City Management Association through their Professional Development Academy. So very, very proud of Sean for his initiative to bring this program to me and ask to attend. It took a little bit of his time. It took his time in the morning and at lunch and definitely at night, and I watched him work through this. The leadership program provides lessons and insights from industry leaders, business execs, leadership coaches, professionals, including public, private, and university institution sectors. The focus is to provide mentoring from these experts on the best way to effectively identify and overcome challenging organizational and market conditions and how to thrive in a complex environment. So Sean, it's obviously you're a great leader. The core elements of the program are the leadership mindset, positive leadership, change management, collaboration and negotiation, effective communication, and performance management. So congrats and thank you for your investment. A couple more. Our budget will be presented Tuesday, May 2nd, which apparently is 2 weeks away. First reading and public hearing. Public hearing's been advertised. We will have 2 budget workshops after the first reading. Budget workshop 1 and 2 will occur on May 9 and 11. We have 6 funds this year as presented and proposed. I'll split those up and most likely present capital projects in one workshop and all 5 other funds in a second separate workshop. Second and final reading is scheduled for June 6th, including a public hearing. So stay tuned. Just wanted to get that message out, and I know that Angie and her team will message this starting in a couple of days through press release, our agenda distribution list, to the media, on social media included, and make sure that we're messaging this as much as we can to everybody so they're aware of the upcoming budget readings and opportunity for input. And then lastly, we just received a FEMA grant. We received a Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities grant from the Federal Emergency Management Agency. Grant is for $56,250 towards a $75,000 project budget. As you know, the resilience plan, the SWOT analysis, and subsequent plan is one of your top 15 priorities identified by you in your recent strategic plan workshop in January. We will hire a team of consultants with expertise in climate change and adaptation, develop a resilience plan. It'll focus on sea level rise, natural disasters, and explore the development of potential mitigation. And so I think what's important is that as we develop this scope of work, we will bring that scope of work through Public Planning Committee. We will get your feedback, buy-in, and then bring that to Town Council. I'd rather develop a scope of work on the front end so that you're confident with us in terms of what real plan and program we're putting together. But arguably the plan will identify short-term recovery needs in combination with long-term strategic needs to protect our community and resources. So congrats to the team for the grant application and stay tuned on the scope of work. Workforce Housing Program Monthly Update, Missy Lewick, our Assistant Community Development Director. Hey, Missy.
Hello. I have a real brief update to give you today. Basically, as far as our recruiting efforts go, we are still actively in the process of interviewing the top candidates for the Workforce Housing Program Manager position. We've had 26 candidates apply, and again, we're actively reviewing and interviewing currently. The Beaufort Jasper Housing Trust, which was formerly known as the Regional Housing Trust Fund, got an officially new name. So Beaufort Jasper Housing Trust, that's the regional effort that includes 8 municipalities. We have our board representation is Tony Alfieri. They have officially renamed to the Beaufort Jasper Housing Trust. They have adopted bylaws. They have a project website that's launched. They also approved some initial project evaluation process and an official RFP launch process. And their next steps are to finalize some of their legal incorporation, finalize their letter of intent process, and make an official launch of their funding availability. And it is their goal to accept full applications in May with a goal of approving projects in June. So exciting progress happening from the regional effort. And then there's a couple of additional progress on North Point and the progress and path forward for selecting the development partner. So we're continuing to negotiate the term sheet for town council's review. And after the term sheet's approved, the town manager will award the RFP and begin to negotiate the development agreement for town council's consideration. That concludes my update.
Great update. Thank you. And I can add that I will have that term sheet to you at the next meeting as a draft with the most likely launch of RFP, request for qualification and proposal award to a preferred developer program partner early June. Thanks, Missy. Thank you. And then Mr. Ahmad Ward, Executive Director of the Historic Mitchellville Freedom Park, with your update. Hello again.
How you doing?
Is that just this morning?
It was just this morning, yes. Gotcha. Thank you. I appreciate you. Well, Mr. Mayor, Town Councilors, Mr. Orlando, thank you so much for the opportunity again to give you an update. Just quick point of order. I heard what Senator Davis was saying. I'm pretty sure I heard $900,000 from Mitchellville in that too. So just for the record, let's make sure that gets mentioned.
Yes, sir.
But this is our first update to you for this calendar year. So since we have been in front of you last, a couple of quick things to go over. Work for me.
Zendaya makes everything look easy.
I needed a woman's touch, obviously. So we are thankful that the council approved our 10-year MOU agreement for managing the park site. This is something we've been working on for a few years. This puts us in right alignment with each other for the next decade to manage your property and to do the things that you asked us to do at our site. And we greatly appreciate this meaningful relationship between the town of Hilton Head and the board and staff of Mitchellville. Since I was on you last, we had our Holiday Nights and Lights event. We had 2,800 people come to the park in 3 days, 6 hours total. We were tired afterwards, obviously. But this has quickly become one of our key events for Mitchellville, and we'll be doing it again in December. So we started out this year really well, highlighted in major American periodicals. So we had a really nice piece in Travel and Leisure magazine in February that talked about Gullah culture as a whole, but also focused on Mitchellville. We are in the Braves magazine for this current year as the World Championship edition. And my favorite, we were in the New York Times in February for 8 places across the United States that illuminate Black history. We were number 7 in that list, so you can still go back and see that. We are very proud to get that distinction. Recently, we received $50,000 from the Heritage Classic Foundation and RBC Foundation to support the return of our high school leadership program called Magic Youth. Magic stands for Modeling Our Ancestors to Generate Influence and Change. It is a leadership program that teaches them leadership skills through the story of Mitchellville, and they are trained to become docents of the park. So this summer, they'll be leading tours of the park for people who come sign up with us. And we had the president of the RBC Heritage this past week. We had our students out there as standard bearers and other volunteer situations. So we are very proud of this little group, of this cohort. They're going to be doing big things this summer. And again, special thank you to the Heritage Classic Foundation for their support. We are very excited that we got approved in the state of South Carolina at the end of last year for $1.2 million for infrastructure, the ghosted structures of the houses and the church reflection area and some wayfinding. So we know through archaeology where some of the houses would have been on the property. So as soon as you come on the property, directly to your right, we know there were homes there. So this will aid us in doing reconstruction of these homes. We look for this program to start somewhere in the later half of this year. We're in the middle of permitting and getting everything done with red tape right now. But also a church reflection area. We're about 85% sure we know where one of the historic churches was. There's also a 4,000-year-old indigenous imprint there. And so this area that you see in this upper left-hand corner will allow us to talk about both of these important communities on site. And so we look for this to be launched and completed sometime early next year. In addition, and one of our favorite things is we've been recently informed that Mitchellville will receive $2.5 million from the Mellon Foundation. I do not have to tell you how big that is for us. We'll be able to wave that Mellon flag as we look forward to get more money for this site. This will support implementation of components such as the Freedom Plaza, which is this middle section here, our classroom and lab building, which would be a 4,000 square foot space where we can do educational programs for the public, but it also will contain an archaeological lab so that our archaeologist, Katie Sieber, can do her things on site, process on site, get things ready for storage right there without having to go to Columbia or out of the state to do the important work that we need to do there. This is a big deal for us and will allow us to do the necessary infrastructure for the future interpretive center. If you look at that image on the far right, that is our Freedom Plaza area. And I don't know if this will show. Yeah, it will. Right here is where we found our brick hearth. This is something that we thought had been taken out, but it is still there. It's a 4 foot wide, 4 foot deep brick hearth. That is the only standing structure on the site that we know of right now. So of course we'll be interpreting that. And in that circle next to it, we are hopeful through a project that's been going on for almost 5 years now to secure a boulder from Sierra Leone, to bring it here and put it in that park so that the descendants of the people who were brought here can touch this boulder, and people who are just coming to the park can see the connection between this community and this rich history of Gullah culture to also the place where everything started in Sierra Leone and Angola. So we look for those projects to also start this year. So if you couple that with the project that the town has graciously included in the CIP for the parking area and access loop, we're looking at 3 capital projects starting in the second half of 2023. They get us closer to getting this thing implemented and completed so that people can see it. As always, here's where you can find us. And if you have any questions, I will answer them right now.
Well, first of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
Great, great. So any questions? Betsy?
One quick question. I echo the mayor's comment. Congratulations. That Mellon grant is incredible. And the words from Senator Davis today are incredible as well. So thanks for all you and your board are doing. We've had the occasion to bring family and friends out to the site, and they're all impressed by even what is there now. I'm looking forward to bringing more folks in the future. And the only question I've got is, in your marketing efforts, we're looking at the marketing plan of our designated marketing organization. And can you talk a little bit about the partnership or cooperation between Mitchellville and the DMO? We want to make sure you get the help you need.
Sure. We've enjoyed a really rich relationship with the Chamber. They actually helped us get that Travel and Leisure article, which has led to a few other things, including the piece in the New York Times. So over the course of these last couple of years, we've been able to really work together to get the word of Mitchellville out there a little further, and we look for greater and bigger things in the future. We are, as I tell my staff, we're trying to be as obnoxious as possible when it comes to marketing, but not so much that we turn people off. But we want to get everywhere we can, and I think we have a nice little rhythm with the Chamber that we can make this work.
One of our 15 strategies includes refocusing tourism to include cultural and heritage tourism, and we want to make sure that is going to be happening. So let us know if you need any more help in that area. I'm not volunteering to market for you. You don't want me doing that.
I was
but-
gonna call you after this was over. I
Oh,
was
sure.
making
You go ahead and call me, but I probably won't be much help. Anyhow, just wanted to check on that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
I don't have a question, Mayor, but I do have a comment. I've been watching this project for several years now and reading about all of the wishes and hopes and dreams. It's really wonderful to see things starting to be put into place and implemented. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We look forward to the future.
All right, we appreciate your support.
Well, thank you, sir. One additional project is in our capital improvement program. The parking lot and the parking area will also commence this year, this calendar year. So look forward to helping you with everything.
Thank you. We'll be talking.
Great job.
All right, appreciate you.
That concludes my report.
Okay. We'll move on to general reports from town council. Does anybody have any general reports at this time? Tammy?
I do. I would like to make a public service announcement and remind everyone that as of May 1st through October 31st, the sea turtle nesting season begins. And we're asking, the sea turtle group is asking us not to disturb nests or hatchlings, to use plastic shovels that must be under 30 inches, and to watch nesting females from behind and at a distance. And when you leave, to remember to pick up all the trash and personal property on the beach and fill in all the holes and flatten sandcastles. To remind that beachfront lights should be out from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. and to only use red beam flashlights on the beach at night. I invite everyone to a free event. No registration is needed. Turtle Talks with marine biologist Amber Kuhn. They're every Monday in June, July, and August from 8 to 9 p.m. at the Low Country Celebration Park, 94 Pope Avenue. And the Turtle Talks are held rain or shine. So remember to bring something to sit on. And we welcome everybody out to enjoy our environment and our natural, beautiful sea turtles that Hilton Head works hard to preserve. And we thank the Sea Turtle organization for all that they do.
Thank you. Any other general comments? Patsy?
Sir, thank you, sir. First of all, as you may know, April 22nd is Earth Day, and there are celebrations and service activities going on at Low Country Celebration Park and across the island on this Saturday. I hope that those of you who can will come and help participate. I know the town staff is going to be doing a cleanup project on Friday afternoon, and some of us hope to join them. So celebrate Earth Day, and congratulations to the staff for the FEMA grant on resiliency. It's one of our strategies, and I'm glad to see that moving forward. Also want to recognize First Tee, who had their Community Leadership Awards banquet on Tuesday, April the 11th. And I'll quickly list the 2023 honorees. We have wonderful folks in our community, and I think it's great that they can be honored. This is a great program for youth in our community, and we were greeted by young people who participated in the program. First of all, with regard to the value of honesty, Linda Peacock; integrity, Dr. Emery Campbell; sportsmanship, Coach Joe Walters; respect, Matt Goodwin; confidence, Sandy Benson; responsibility, Billy Watterson; perseverance, Rob Jordan; courtesy, Dr. Debbie Lines; judgment, Jean Beck; the Leadership Award, Mike Overton; Mike Davis Award, Trudy Backus; the Paul Caruso Award, R.J. Arose; Legacy Award to the Rotary Club of Hilton Head Island, Van Landingham. So congratulations to all those folks. And I don't know how much money was raised for the program, but it was a fundraiser, and thanks to the community for supporting that. And the final one is the Heritage Tournament. Patsy had a great time, and I'll turn it over to the mayor.
Any other general comments? I'll go first, then you take up.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. So first of all, I'm going to follow up on Patsy's comment. The Heritage was excellent. What they did, staff, volunteers, businesses. My face is red today because I was out there for 7 days volunteering. but it was absolutely wonderful. The eyes of the world were upon us, and it was absolutely a wonderful thing. So they're all to be congratulated, and the charities are going to receive so much money from this, and an extra 10% off of the foundation normally gives, so that's a huge thing. Last meeting, I recognized 3 individuals who had passed, and today I think it's important to recognize someone that has been called the original developer of Hilton Head, and also the unofficial mayor of Hilton Head, and that is Mr. Abe Grant. He passed away last Monday, a longtime native islander, and his family is on the island. His daughter Carolyn works here for the town. Son Tony works for the school district in IT, and Abe is in Atlanta. I'm not sure what he's doing. Abe Jr. is in Atlanta. I'm not sure what he's doing there. But I just want to take a moment and recognize that passing because he was a great individual to our community. Alex.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cousin, we continue to pray with you, okay, as your family goes through this moment of bereavement. How many in here have either heard of or ate at Abe's Shrimp House? By a show of hands. Yeah, Mr. Abe Grant, as the mayor alluded to, one of the pioneers here on Hilton Head. And I've got to pay homage because without folks like Mr. Abe Grant, I would not have the confidence and the comfort level as I start to talk about the importance of the Gullah culture here on Hilton Head. The good book says that you should take what you are blessed with and multiply it. And nobody was better than that than Mr. Abe Grant. Took what had passed down from generations to him, a very small piece of ground here on Hilton Head, and turned it into an empire. Abe and Miss Charlemagne, before anybody knew what shrimp and grits were, they understood the power of it. But more importantly, he was able to not only provide for his family, but offer up an opportunity for his family to stay here and sustain themselves. And that's huge. Definitely thank him for that. I had the pleasure of listening to the service on Friday, unable to make it because I was out of town, and one of his cousins described him as a good man. He had some qualifications of a good man. I wanted to just add to that and say that Mr. Abe Grant was a good chaplain man. He was a good Gullah man, and he was a good island man, because you could visit his place of business and everybody would have a good time. That's just how he was, and he led by example, and that is something that we all should pay tribute to and continue to be an example in the forms of leadership. And I just ask this community to stay in prayer and not just bereave his loss, but celebrate his life, okay? Because he was definitely an important person to this community as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, on to reports from council members. Low Country Area Transportation Study, Mr. Sanford?
Yes, thank you. Low Country Transportation Study, known as LATS, is the regional planning group that's responsible for allocating federal funds and other funds to regional transportation projects. I sit on that board as a representative of the town. I can report at the latest meeting, there was no discussion of 278 because we all know that's being studied yet again. But there was a major announcement, and that is that almost all of Interstate 95 within Beaufort County is going to be expanded and made to 6 lanes, should be completed by 2032. Thank you.
2032. All right, look. All right. Low Country Council of Governments, Ms. Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. We did not have a meeting this month, and so I will have a report for next month.
Thank you. Beaufort County Airports Boards, Mr. Ames.
No report.
Thank you. Southern Low Country Regional Board, Mr. Sanford.
Yes, sir. That is the organization of various governments in the region trying to promote regional cooperation. At the most recent meeting, there was some discussion from Hardyville about some impediments that they see in workforce housing development having to do with some federal requirements. I'm confident we can work through those limitations. And in addition, and probably of equal importance, Jennifer Ray gave an overview of the capital improvement projects underway here on Hilton Head Island. Thank you.
Thank you. Report of the Island Recreation Association, Mr. Brown.
No report.
Thank you. Report of the Community Service and Public Safety Committee, Ms. Becker.
Thank you again, Mayor. We met this week, and yesterday morning, as a matter of fact, and we got a parking management update, and looking forward to seeing how that program comes together over the next couple of months and begins to get implemented. And it looks like a start date for full implementation will be for the season of 2024. We also met in executive session to discuss boards and commissions committee assignments, and we'll have a report about that next meeting of the Town Council.
Thank you. Report of the Public Planning Committee.
Thank you.
Mr. Ames.
The Public Planning Committee met on April 10th to discuss the growth framework and district planning efforts of the staff. The committee reviewed the initial growth framework map and also the district map with its boundaries. Let me ask a question, Sean. Excuse me, Sean. Is the district map and the growth boundary on the website at this time?
It's not on the website yet, Mr. Ames. We had some modifications, and we'll upload that here shortly. Don't mean to interrupt your report, but back to the community services report. There was one other item on that agenda, and committee took action about the resolution on solid waste and recycling. So I just wanted to make sure that that brief is done tonight. So
Thank you, Sean. The reason I interrupted myself is I think it would be for everybody's benefit in this community to review that as soon as it's on the website. Growth framework and district boundaries. We also moved to full council the LMO amendments. We removed, that included the removal of the divisible dwelling units as an accessory use. We also modified the definition of multifamily in single-family units in the LMO. We also heard a report from Palmetto Breeze, and no action was taken.
Okay, thank you. Report of the Finance and Administrative Committee, Mr. Brown.
Yes, sir. The F&A committee met today. One item was that of the Management and Hospitality Training Program Fund that currently there's 5% of our ATAX collections that funds that program. The committee is recommending that we change that part of our code. You will have that new language before you. We will be taking it up as a full council here shortly. Also, as we continue to improve our partnership with the DMO, we heard the metrics for 2022. Lots of discussion there as to not only the measurements, but how we can dive a little deeper in our measurements. And also the marketing plan was before us. There's been some changes made from our previous meeting. Some additional items have been included and highlighted there, and there's also a budget associated with it. Committee members felt as if we should pass along the marketing plan to full council, and had asked the DMO to go back and sharpen their pencil just a little bit more on the ask in the budget. And they are to do so and memo back to us justifications of the increases, and it will be before full council to make a decision as to what the actual number is.
Okay.
My report, sir.
All right, thank you all. Appearance by citizens. I would like to remind our citizens that Section 2-5-70 of the town's code limits each person to 3 minutes when addressing town council. At the end of the 3 minutes, you are asked to conclude your comments. Please maintain a decorum suitable for the meeting and refrain from using any profane, abusive, or obscene language. If you have any materials you would like to give to town council, please give them to the town clerk after you've finished speaking. Zendaya, or any citizen signed up today?
Yes, sir. The first person signed up is Sandy West.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Orlando, and Town Council members. Thank you for the chance to speak with you today. I have been and will continue to be an advocate of housing solutions for our workforce, a problem that has existed for decades and can no longer be ignored. I appreciate the efforts that have been made, but I think more could be done. When the housing framework was approved late last year, a citizens committee was to be created. I highly encourage that action to happen sooner rather than later. One of the benefits of engaging our citizens is that it creates ambassadors, it promotes conversation and engagement and ownership. And it demonstrates that you as the governing body are on it and are taking this very seriously. The 15 strategies that you have outlined are impressive, and when everything is a priority, nothing is. While each has value, none except solving the housing issue is an actual threat to the community. A threat to the community that we love, a place that millions of visitors come to every year, and a threat to the lifestyle that we all have come to enjoy. If we cannot find a way to have our teachers, first responders, healthcare providers, and so forth be a part of our community, a community where they serve us, what does that say about us? There are multiple stories of friends who can no longer receive the care that they were receiving even last year because of vacancies in doctor's offices, the hospital, dentist offices, and physical therapy facilities. Don't wait to hire and onboard the new leader that I know you are searching for who will be responsible for this most critical work. Form a citizens committee, develop community partnership, make it clear that this year is the year that housing will be the #1 and is the #1 priority. Investigate and convene the pockets of people who are interested, invested, and desperately want to be a part of the solution. Harness that energy now and do not wait for another Chimney Cove event. Again, when everything is a priority, nothing is. So please eliminate this threat that looms larger every single day when solutions are not created and executed. Thank you for your service.
I'd like to take a moment and just make a statement so everybody is aware. In the next 30 days, we will be bringing the committee to executive session to begin working on that group. So know that it is coming, and we are very serious about it. Thank you. Next on the list.
Certainly, Bud Grendel.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name again is Bud Grindle, and I live at 133 Arrow Road, along with several members of the audience that I dragged here today. I'm here to bring some good news and thanks from the resort to you. As you know, we have been asking for your help for quite a few months. The last few weeks have revealed what this council and the staff have done for us, and we want to publicly thank you. Since your increased involvement, these things have all happened. Number one, a temporary sound barrier has been erected to reduce the noise from the construction and shield our view of their equipment. Number two, the soil and water staff persuaded the PSD to install an erosion barrier and riprap to reduce runoff from the tank. It was very successful in the last few rainstorms. Murky water no longer crossed onto our property. The staff meeting with the PSD resulted in the PSD agreeing to study the sound generated by the plant with a second acoustic engineer and design permanent sound reducing features and our proposed layout.
so very successful. The staff meeting also received a commitment to add more sound barriers around the deep well drilling equipment, which they're just starting to set up now, so we can't wait to see how well that works. This meeting with you, your staff, and the meeting, I'm sorry, with you, your staff, and our committee resulted in the sharing of very important information and a new understanding of each other's issues. This was the most informative meeting we've had to date, and we really thank you for that. The staff heard our complaints about the block drainage ditch on the PSD property and had it cleared. It now drains our property like it used to, and the standing water is reduced to pre-tank levels. I've included a few before and after pictures in the submission so you can see the huge difference. To sum it up, we really appreciate the council, David Ames, Mark Orlando, Trey Lowe, and the entire town staff for engaging with us. You have made a positive impact on this project as it affects us. We look forward to your continued involvement as Phase 2 design and construction progresses. We're on the right path. Thank you very much. And finally, as a PS, I also want to thank you for providing a great week for the PGA golfers. We had several golfers and caddies stay in the resort, especially Jordan Spieth, who we all cheered for until that last smack at the, there was a collective yell across the resort when that happened. But anyway, thanks again. We really appreciate your work. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time.
Mr. Grimble, thank you for bringing that to everybody's attention and showing that appreciation. And thanks to staff and the council members and the town manager for what y'all did to make it happen. Dea, next.
Certainly. Risa Prince.
Good afternoon. I'm here today on behalf of the Coalition of Island Neighbors. COIN's key area of concern continues to be the lack of workforce housing. We contributed to and supported Council's adoption of the housing framework last November when housing was named the #1 town priority. The 2018 housing study concluded that more than 2,000 homes for workers was essential by 2028. In the past 5 years, the demand has increased with the conversion of long-term rentals into short-term rentals, and rising real estate prices are barriers for many buyers. And the fact that school enrollment of children with lower incomes has declined this year by up to 25% is evidence that more families are moving off island. Clearly, the housing crisis has worsened. COIN was hopeful when all 3 newly elected members' campaign platforms supported housing as a major initiative. But here are some more facts. On a positive note, Council established a housing fund, but then the restricted initial funding at only $1 million. Given the $120 million budget, that's a rounding error to any financial analyst. It was frustrating that your January strategic planning workshop concluded with, quote, 15 high and equally important priorities, which undermined the primary focus on housing. Equally disappointing is that during the first quarter, there has been no public progress towards implementing the workforce housing framework. The town has not hired the workforce housing program manager, despite the job being posted in January, nor has the Housing Action Committee been impaneled. As for the North Point project, COIN understands that the development agreement is still being negotiated and there are no guarantees for the number of homes or how long they will remain below market rate. How much longer will the preferred developer remain engaged? The town has not announced any projects to follow North Point. Habitat's application for funding met with objectives by the F&A committee. There's been no progress towards a displacement strategy. Perhaps it is time to hire a third-party housing organization like the town does for marketing and recreation, solely focused on creating a meaningful number of affordable homes. Many towns do that, and one of the experts in this business used to sit on this very dais. Perhaps it is time for council to admit that despite promised capacity, the town staff is incapable of making meaningful and timely progress on housing.
Thank you, Ms. Prince. Next.
Pastor June.
Hello, I'm Pastor June, and I'm representing the Hilton Head Home Coalition. On November 1st, I came to the town council and I read this scripture from the first letter of John. How does God's love abide in anyone who has the world's goods and sees a brother or sister in need and yet refuses to help? Little children, let us love not in word or speech, but in deed and truth. Almost 6 months ago, on November 1st, this council voted on the workforce housing framework. It was and is a great plan, but that great plan still needs to become a reality. There is not yet any plans for any actual housing that wasn't in the works before the framework was put in place. Any actual results on that are projected for years from now. With the needs of workforce housing on Hilton Head as it is and as pressing as it is, we need to start making actual results happen sooner than that. We need to come at this from many different directions, and we also need to start on this problem now with small projects as well as big projects. North Point and large developments like it are one aspect of workforce housing. What else could we be doing in the meantime? What could we be doing right now? Could the town enable and enact smaller projects? Could the town give more land to Habitat for Humanity so they can continue to do their wonderful work on the island? Could the town enable smaller developments? The plans are wonderful, but people can't live in plans. I fear we are missing our time to act. We can't really say that our work is bearing fruit until that first hotel worker or restaurant worker or medical assistant or teacher or sheriff's deputy or firefighter or social worker has put the key into the door of their home that they can actually afford here on Hilton Head. Let us not love in word or speech, but in deed and truth. Let us actually begin the real work of making affordable workforce housing on Hilton Head a reality.
Thank you, Pastor June. Zendaya, next.
Blaine Lotz.
Mayor, town council members, town manager, I'm Blaine Lotz. Our community is on a roll. The Gullah culture and heritage that we are hearing so much about and learning about every day is such an important part of our history. The heritage, we've already talked about, wonderful attendance, and many of us just saw last evening the documentary on Deepwell, what Charlotte Heinrichs put together and what so many people in our community are doing to help those who are less fortunate than they are. But my wife and a friend and I were at a restaurant on Hilton Head on Sunday for brunch. There was a crowd waiting, all the tables were filled. The short staff was working as hard as they possibly could, but they couldn't keep up. And everybody had to wait a long time. What we're seeing, I think, is going to affect our quality of life here because we do not have sufficient affordable housing on Hilton Head Island. I've talked to you all before. I've talked to many of you individually. We need to be a little more creative. I'm appreciative of what the staff and Missy and so forth have done, and you're doing things that are necessary. But as Pastor June has mentioned correctly, we've got to do something now. And there are things that we can do now if we be a little more creative in our thinking. Habitat has a wonderful business model. I've suggested this before. Look at the business model. Habitat can't build all the houses that are necessary on Hilton Head Island. They can build more, and I would hope you continue to work with them so that Habitat can build more houses. But use the business model, use volunteers. They have a tremendous base of volunteers that could be used. Take some of the derelict buildings that are on this island that don't look good because they're empty, and convert those into studio apartments. These are just examples. You can think of many more, and I urge you to be creative in your thinking. We need more affordable housing now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lotz. I'll take another moment just to put some more information out there because I think it's important that everybody understand what is going on behind the scenes. We had a meeting yesterday morning with Habitat for Humanity in talking about what we can do and how we can move forward on different various projects. Understand that it is being discussed openly and lively, and we are looking into solutions that will happen sooner than later. Thank you. Next, Zendaya.
Certainly, Eileen Carlson.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eileen Carlson. My husband and I are homeowners at the spa in Port Royal Sound. It's located across from Mitchellville Freedom Park, which we like. But there is a fence that's, I guess my glasses would be helpful. There is a fence that surrounds our complex that adjoins the fence of the cat sanctuary. I know I'm not the first person that you've probably heard from about this issue. When we first bought our condo there were far less cats than there are today. I understand that All About Cats have been kind of rounding up any strays or sick or injured cats from all over the county. I don't know if they're all coming there, but it seems that way. What's happened is our particular building is about 50 feet from the sanctuary fence. And of course, our fence adjoins their fence. The cats don't know about boundaries, and they're not really being contained. So they climb over the fence, under the fence. They're usually 2 or 3 on our cars. But the thing, and I like cats personally. I don't have anything against them, but the sheer number has gotten out of control. So what's happened is, where was I going with this? The cats are multiplying. We no longer see cats with clipped ears, as they're saying. They're not being treated. We've seen a cat that just gave birth and little cats, so obviously they're not being all neutered. So I don't really know the whole story about that and where all the cats are, but it seems that they're there. So I really think that at this point, several of us have been concerned. There is now such a large amount of feces. The doorbell cams are picking up cats that are defecating in the walkways. We just got through enclosing our lanai because so many cats would jump over, vomit on our furniture, that type of thing. And others have been complaining about the same issue. Really, I understand that All About Cats is providing a needed service to our community, and they really help the animals that need it. But I don't think it should be at the expense of 268 homeowners that we put the cats first. I think we have rights, we're voters, we pay taxes, and it's just become not a very nice place to live because of that. In fact, there have been people who've gone to the hospital because of allergies. My next door neighbor's granddaughter can't come anymore because she gets so terribly allergic. So I would just like to know if there is going to be something done, if this is going to continue. That's basically why I came today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carlson. Next, Zendaya.
Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt. We've had several people come and ask about this. Can we ask the town manager, not at this moment, but to bring us back a report on this situation?
Yes, I will have this on the agenda for next meeting with a full report from our deputy town manager and as well as with our town attorney.
Okay. Zendaya.
Certainly, Carl Braden. Okay. Caitlin Lee.
I just want to read into the record some statistics about home prices and availability on Hilton Head. I took about an hour today to look into this. Just to the state of our current real estate market. It has been a while for me, and it's clear to me after doing that, based on the information, which I'll have for you guys, the type of person our community values. Apparently my contacts are messing up. Sorry about that. The median individual household income on Hilton Head Island The median individual household on Hilton Head Island makes $40,000 a year. The median household income on Hilton Head Island is $86,000 a year. There are currently only 11 three-bedroom detached homes available for purchase under $750,000. The least expensive is listed at $589,000. There's no job at the town of Hilton Head Island currently listed that a person can apply and qualify for that themselves. To qualify for that home, a household would have to make over $175,000. The median average price of a detached home on Hilton Head Island right now is $900,000, up from $795,000 just last year. As of today, there are roughly only 32 long-term units for rent on Hilton Head Island, averaging $3,500 a month. A facilities technician employed by the town of Hilton Head Island making $28 an hour would not qualify for the lowest price apartment for rent. And just to throw it in there, because I think we all need to remember, there are roughly 3,000 people, according to our last census, that live in poverty on Hilton Head Island. Just some stats for you guys today.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Next, Zendaya.
Yes, I'm gonna go back to Mr. Carl Braden. He stepped out for.
Okay.
Hello, thank you for having me, chaplain resident, and I just wanted to go on the record because, so in 2021, Sean had reached out to, in an attempt to purchase my land on Bradley Circle, and in good faith, I worked with him for several months to see that happen for open space and so on. And at that time, and it ended up being dragged out for about 3 times as long as it should, about 9 months. And at that time, I delayed what I was working on with the developer in order to do that. And it didn't ever happen. It just kept getting pushed. So I moved forward with my plans. And that's where I am today, because you know, when they say that there will be no changes, single family to multifamily, there will be substantial changes, especially on small lots, which these are. So, and taking that out of it, I just want to say that you know, this is only the beginning, because at the last planning meeting they're discussing implementing a FAR ratio, which will make it so that, I mean, you can't even build a decent sized beach house. It'll be like, because I mean, Hilton Head is small lots. We're on the ocean. They're very expensive. Okay, that being said, that's only one part of this single family thing. Single family being 2 units allows for flexibility, especially in off plantation areas where people can have the mother-in-law suite. They can have a second unit and so on without having to deal with access easements and all this other business. And a lot of that wasn't discussed in the planning. It was just push forward, and I'm afraid these next LMO changes will be pushed forward as well. And you know, with one part of this is the RD by right lockout, and that's it seems like it's not important, but you know, this is something that is divisible housing units is being explored all over the country. This is a way to increase affordable housing units, and these lockout units are primarily for an owner or for a long-term renter. That's what we should be looking at, not ways to strip away another right. And while this will affect the whole island, it's primarily directed at off-plantation areas, which, as you know, are a lot of minorities and Native Islanders, and anything that reduces their rights and their ability to develop should be looked at thoroughly before just pushed through, in my opinion. And there's just a lot of unanswered questions, and I appreciate it if you would push this back and really consider what we're doing here before we make any changes to it.
Thank you, Mr. Braden. Next, Zendaya.
Certainly. Ty Scott. Mr. Scott.
Good afternoon. Maximizing the sustainability of Gullah property owners and providing equitable opportunities remains my focus. I'm here today once again to place into public record the major concerns with the town's actions in regards to what appears to be targeting Gullah-owned properties with efforts that will make land retention and sustainability more difficult. RD, has the town contacted the multiple Gullah native property owners and notified them of the permitted use, which may very well be their highest potential land value use, is being taken away from them? Some years ago, the Gullah Geechee Overlay District was proposed. The town went out of their way to notify the public of those potential actions. Flyers were posted throughout the island. Interestingly enough, those sorts of efforts weren't displayed when the whole LMO was rewritten. So I ask you, were the RD Gullah landowners notified of the proposed changes? The RD zone has historically covered the majority of the ocean side along 278 in the Chaplin area, minus what can be called spot zone parcels, such as Bradley Circle, which was a part of the Josephine Dreesen parcel. The removal of permitted RD uses without just compensation has to be questioned. Most of you were not on the town council back in 2017, but National Action Network, myself being the president of the local chapter, stood with Robert Singleton against some town officials' efforts to remove his by right RD zone. We were successful, but apparently there are council and community members that are still targeting Mr. Singleton and other Gullah property owners. Recently, Mr. Singleton was approached to sell his property to the town, which he refused. Now, the efforts have turned to restricting his and others' permitted use opportunities without compensation. As stated back in 2017, these efforts directly represent a land taking. If the town believes that certain permitted land uses should be removed, how about purchasing those development rights from those Gullah landowners? The town has already set a precedent with the Hudson's parcel on Squire Pope Road. Changing the legal description of single versus multifamily amendment. Taking into account the next proposed step with the floor area ratio implementation, has the town considered the impact on Gullah-owned property this will have? Major subdivisions have been able to maximize their building footprints. Owners have purchased within those developments. Now, the town wants to regulate what we, Gullers, can do with our remaining lands. They want us to reduce our building areas less than what they have themselves. Talk about control. 2 seconds. Thank you.
2 seconds.
Again, taking into account that their overall goal is for the town to reach its focus. However, any efforts that restricts, takes, decreases, or prevents continued sustainability of native Gullah land retention efforts without just compensation must be cautioned.
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
Appreciate it.
Next, Zendaya.
Yes, Mayor Deckard?
Council, thank you very much for allowing me to speak to you tonight, and hello, Mark. As you know, I came to see you last month because I wanted to relate to you that you have several A-tax recipients that make gross unrelated business revenue every year, and they're not paying tax on that or having a business license, while other entities that make gross unrelated business income have to get a business license. So, because your business license deadline is April 30th, I wanted to bring a copy of this to you, which I will give to the clerk. It actually has to do with the Hilton Head Island Bluffton Chamber of Commerce, and I merely am using this document because they report the most unrelated gross business income that they're not getting taxed on. So in 2011, 2012, as an example, on their 990, they reported $474,262 in advertising revenue, a trip to Italy that netted $1,163, and net rental income of $29,248, for a total revenue of $504,673, which the town records show they did not pay any tax on or have a business license for. And there are other records from other years showing other trips and so forth. So my question to the town is, well, first of all, if a nonprofit is making over the last 13 or 14 years almost $7 million, I'm curious why they're getting any aid tax money at all. If they're capable of making millions of dollars, which they're not getting taxed for. Two, if they're running a business that's making $500,000 every year, why are they even being considered as the DMO since they're running a business? Like other aid tax recipients, they're not the only ones. They're just making the most revenue. So that's essentially my question. Are there two different standards for people who have businesses that report annual revenue and have to pay for a business license on that gross revenue, and then nonprofits who claim to be exempt from paying for a business license that are making $500,000 a year and reporting that on their 990s that they attest are true and accurate to the federal government? And as you know, just because you're an IRS 501c3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, it's irrelevant, because if you are making this kind of unrelated business income at the town level and you're reporting it, that is what is required to have a business license for, unless 100% of that is going back to the organization. And I don't think a trip to Italy qualifies under that 100%. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Decker. Next, Zendaya.
Skip Hoagland, Mr. Hoagland.
Very good, Ms. Decker. Skip Hoagland, Windmill Harbor, you're in 4 violation. I just took this council's civility pledge. Will this council take a taxpayer's campaign promise and law pledge? As follows. As an elected or hired official, I agree to abide by my campaign promises, to uphold and follow all South Carolina and federal laws, to approve, spend, and guard funds like my own. If I'm caught violating any laws, I agree to resign and fully accept any punishment or convictions. Just a quick review of the following people. Bill Miles, the chamber, said he will not show how he uses millions of tax money. It's his secret sauce and it's no one's business. Is this true? Alan Perry said he saw 80% of the chamber accounting receipts and invoices. Is this true? Entire council voted unanimously to just give $350,000 to Bill Miles in the chamber with no oversight and no accounting. Tens of millions have disappeared, even over $1 million to Canada to develop an illegal tax-funded website, HiltonHeadIsland.org, that Bill Miles uses for his $500,000 salary, his $2 million house, and his lavish spending. Yes? Lawyers Coltrane, Alford, and Gruber caught overcharging legal fees and drafting fraudulent agreements for Bill Miles in the chamber to hide accounting on millions. Yes? CPA John Troyer and manager Mark Orlando produced fraudulent tax budgets and audits, bury the legal fees, and only show numbers they want you to see. The entire council has no clue, and they all refuse an independent forensic audit. No one on this council has audit or accounting knowledge. The town employees run the show with the chamber and the secret Greater Island Council. Yes? Chamber CPA accountants Ray Warco, Webster Rogers firm, Ray Deal, chamber controller, produce fraudulent audits and launder the chamber money to hide illegal operations and use. Yes? Lawyer Danny Crow, Municipal Association lawyer, lied and was paid $2,000 in legal fees by Josh Gruber to say the town did not have to comply to my chamber A-tax FOIA to see all the money. Yes? Lawyer Gruber was found guilty of 3 ethics violations and he's still employed by this town. Yes? Mark Orlando was caught illegally using tax money and employees when he was employed in Bluffton to assist Bill Miles and the Hilton Head Bluffton Chamber competing and violating their own Greater Bluffton Chamber that operates totally legally, and I'm a member of that organization. It's time for a forensic audit of the town and the chamber. We are in a real corruption and illegal tax use crisis. We have zero accountability. We have zero transparency, no proven performance metrics by the chamber, and many nonprofits are funded with millions of tax funds. This must end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hoagland. Zendaya next.
Lynn Greeley.
Hi, I'm Lynn Greeley from Hilton Head, and I'm giving my 3 minutes to Skip.
As we have mentioned before, we do not allow that. We do not allow yielding your time. And if you speak out of turn, you know the ramification.
I would welcome a citation. I look forward to seeing you in court. Thank you very much. The town is violating their fiduciary responsibility to verify if all tax funds are being used legally by all recipients, including the chamber. You're in violation of FOIA and you're in violation of the Supreme Court ruling. Town continues funding without seeing any receipts or invoices on how aid tax recipients spend millions in aid tax funds. Town funding some nonprofits that do not legally qualify to receive aid tax funds under South Carolina aid tax laws. It is illegal to use tax money for private purposes that is not for the public use, reason, and benefit. The town is allowing nonprofit chamber to illegally use funds for 35 years, tens of millions gone missing. Town is in violation of a DO procurement law and fair bidding to replace the chamber with local media and ad agencies. The law says 1 or 2 DMOs can be hired, and tax recipients at the end of the year must submit a full accounting of their money. Town has allowed the chamber to take over $1 million of aid tax funds to Canada to develop a town app and website. The chamber hijacked ownership versus the town ownership. This was a result of bid rigging by the chamber to not develop this locally. What happens to HiltonHeadIsland.org website when a new DMO is hired under procurement? You are allowing the chamber to commingle funds and upsell millions of advertising on the town DMO website. The chamber is laundering and secretly pocketing all the profits, unfairly competing with all local businesses, and also using tax funds to buy keywords on Google to drive more traffic dominance and illegal advertising sales, violating the 501-C6 nonprofit tax codes. Council and Aid Tax Committee are all chamber members by the secret illegal use of tax money to join by Orlando, Riley, and Gruber versus using your own money. You must now ask Bill Miles for access to all the chamber accounting under the South Carolina nonprofit law, since you used tax funds to join and you are now taxpayers' proxy. Now all taxpayers in this room are members of the chamber, and now we get to see all of their information. The Low Country Golf Owners Association was funded with $50,000, asking for $100,000, no receipts and invoices. Also, Bill Miles and the chamber is a partner in this nonprofit tax scam with Kerry Corbett and Brad Merritt. Lawyers Coltrane, Finger, Gruber all drafted an illegal, fraudulent chamber DMO contract with no accounting provision. Where is the receipts? Where is the $350,000 that you just approved to Bill Miles? Why would you do that? What would you do if Skip Hoagland told you, I'm not going to show you what I did with that $350,000 you just gave me. It's my secret sauce, and it's none of your business. What would you do? There's your answer. You would sue me to the ends of the earth.
Zendaya, who's next to speak?
Peter Christian. Mr. Christian.
Mayor, members of the council, town manager, thank you for having me. I'm a proud member of the chamber and a proud member of the GIC, and I just wanted to say that up front. First, a public service announcement. One of our local tabloids announced about hurricane season's coming. And I don't know how many of you were up on the dais when Matthew hit. Probably not many, but we had the FEMA maps revised, and many of our properties were taken out of a flood zone because those maps were based on pre-Matthew data. And many mortgage companies contacted their residents and said, we're no longer going to escrow your flood insurance because it's no longer required. And folks dropped it. That is a huge mistake. As a public service announcement, anyone on this island who does not have flood insurance is playing a bad game of roulette. flood insurance. And just because your mortgage company will no longer escrow it for you, and they did the same to me. I was in a flood zone, and now I'm out of a flood zone. Have flood insurance. Second thing, I have met with many of you. My board has met with many of you about the 278 Bridge and Corridor project. We're frustrated. I applaud the need for workforce housing as far as it will go. It will only solve part of the problem. You need to ask Mr. Orlando how many open positions he has on town staff. I know how many open positions I have town staff. I have met with my colleagues across the island. They all have the same problem. We're paying a premium, and whenever we pay, it's not enough. Gas is going up again. I'm sure we're going to go back to gas cards again for our own employees so we don't lose them. Workforce housing is a piece of the problem. It will not solve the problem. You need to solve the transportation problem, and you need to solve it sooner than later. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Christian. Today, anyone else?
No, sir, that concludes appearance by citizens.
All right, thank you very much, and thank you for all the comments. New business, consideration of a resolution of the town of Hilton Head Island authorizing the town to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with Beaufort County for the collection of library and transportation impact fees. Mr. Gruber, will you be presenting us with a brief presentation on the resolution?
Mayor, members of council, this item has come before you before, and it is back with some modifications based on some recent recommendations from the Finance and Administrative Committee. What we are looking to accomplish is a continuation of the town's participation in the collection of various impact fees for different infrastructure that is located on Hilton Head Island. After discussion with the committee and based upon the recommendations, there are two items that we're bringing forward in terms of recommendations for continuing to partner with Beaufort County to collect these fees. The first is in the area of the library. There is a library located on Hilton Head. The way that the ordinance has been drafted, the service area for that means that all of the impact fees that are collected in the Hilton Head Service District will remain on the island and will be used for the capital project purposes related for that facility. The second is transportation impact fees. This is the one that's certainly taken more time for us to work through and the ability to understand what the impact is for us if we continue to participate. The bottom line for us is, from a citizen level, if we agree to continue to participate and pass the resolution authorizing the memorandum of understanding, citizens would continue to come to the town to seek their permits. Staff would work with them to calculate the amounts that are due under the traffic impact fees. Those amounts would then either be paid directly to the county via a portal that they're developing, or they would be collected directly by the town and remitted to the county on a quarterly basis. Either way, citizens will come directly to the town as they do currently for their permits. They won't need to go anywhere else in order to obtain any additional documentation. I think the bottom line in terms of the fee itself is that based upon the schedule that's been adopted by the county, if ultimately approved by this council, would reduce the amount of impact fees that are currently charged on the island, as you can see here. And that reduction is in proportion to the size of the structure that's being created. So anything 2,500 square feet in size or less will result in a reduced impact fee from what was paid before. Anything that's constructed at 2,501 feet or greater will result in a greater impact fee. That was done in relationship basically to reflect the fact that the larger the structure, the more impact to the infrastructure there is, and therefore the future infrastructure needs, which are paid for by impact fees, are accounted accordingly. One of the other questions that had come up during our discussions was, if the town were to continue to participate in this program, what would be the impact to affordable housing? That is covered in two manners. One is at the state level. The state sets forth the ability to exempt certain project from having to pay impact fees so long as the project meets certain criteria. Specifically, the project has to be at or below 80% of the area median income. And then beyond that, at the local level, Beaufort County has set aside funds that basically, if they qualify, they will provide or pay the impact fees on behalf of a particular qualifying project up to 100% if it is 60% or below of the area median income. If it's greater than that, then they pay a reduced portion of that bill. With that information, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions? Ms. Becker?
I was just going to comment that thank you, Josh, for your presentation, because you did answer my questions, and I appreciate it.
A couple of questions. I'm sorry, my mic is not on. There we go. Workforce housing, you just mentioned that, and I'm looking at the staff report we were furnished, and looking at the South Carolina Development Impact Fee Act, and then so the authority is in there to reduce the impact fee for workforce housing. And then there's a quote about the county's ordinance for single family and all other types of housing units based on a table, and that's based on a reduction or 0% based on whatever the average median income is for the project. And it says that 60% if the project is 60 to 80% of the average median income. And I'm trying to remember the language in our LMO about that we use now for workforce housing about bonus density, bonus density. Blech. I think I was too long at the Heritage with the mayor, but anyhow, anyhow, a lot of long fun hours, but anyhow, just me, that was only me. So 60 to 80%, I think, is what we use. And so my concern is that one of the ways to help out with workforce housing is to reduce or have no fees. And so I'm concerned about that there still being a 60%, although it's a 60% discount, so I guess there'd be only 40% of the impact fee. But I'm still concerned that there still would be an impact fee in that targeted 60 to 80% is the bottom line. And the other is the chart that you just showed with single family, 1,000 square feet or less. And I'm just wondering about the impact on Habitat for Humanity. It looks as though if the house size is 1,000 square feet or less, then there's a decrease. But then when you get on up to 2,500, I don't think many of their houses are that size. But this talks about single family homes. So what about multifamily?
Sure. So multifamily are covered under, I believe it's under the non-residential category.
Okay.
And so those are based upon square footage for the actual structure itself. Yes, so on that one, I believe you pay on a per unit basis. If it is a qualified workforce housing project, it would still be subject to the state law limitations. And so let me focus on that for just a second. What the state law provides is that there can be a discount or an ability to pay from another source of funding, but it does not exempt the project from having to pay. And so the language in that is important when it says that if the project does provide housing that is at or below 80% of the local area median income, and the proportionate share of system improvements is funded from a revenue source other than development impact fees. So if it qualifies, it means that it could be paid for from another source of funds. And so Beaufort County has said that if it is a qualifying project, they will produce the funding to satisfy that requirement up to 100%, but on a sliding scale based upon the affordability of the project itself. There's nothing that prohibits the town from looking to do the same thing, to say if we have a project, we could pay that on the project's behalf. But because of the state law, it would still be subject to having to pay an impact fee.
Somebody having to pay, or some source of funds.
It's just, it allows flexibility in who pays it.
Okay, all right, yeah. Okay, I think that helps address my concern about it, because it seemed as though it was, the county was controlling the criteria for how much fee would be paid for workforce or affordable housing, and as long as there's another source available to pay those fees, whatever source it might be, that increases my comfort levels.
Yes, I would look at it as just as a benefit that's an additional resource that we could tap into to satisfy that if it was appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, just to make a note, the Finance and Administrative Committee voted unanimously to move this forward. So at this point in time, I'd like to open up for a motion in a second.
I move that the town council authorize the town to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with Beaufort County for the collection of library and transportation impact fees.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any other discussion from council? Discussion from our citizens? Seeing none, Zendaya, will you call the roll, please?
Certainly. Mr. Stanford?
For the motion.
Mr. Alfred?
Yes.
Ms. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Support.
Ms. Bryson?
Yes.
Mr. Ames?
Yes.
Mayor Perry?
Yes.
Motion carries, sir.
All right, so now we're on to and I just got it. Moving on to a consideration of a resolution to authorize submittal of the Community Development Block Grant Entitlement Program Annual Action Plan for the program year 2023 to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development.
The Public Planning Committee approved this one to come to council, 4-0 vote.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Marcy Benson. I'm the Senior Grants Administrator for the town. And at the April 4th Finance and Administrative Committee meeting, the committee did unanimously vote to recommend approval, authorizing the submittal of the CDBG Annual Action Plan for program year 2023. Approval of this resolution will allow the 2023 CDBG funding allocation to be used for the Ford Shell Ring Park project. The town has been allocated $185,250 for the 2023 program year, and approval of the Ford Shell Ring Park project is consistent with the current CDBG 5-year consolidated plan, as well as several our plan goals, strategies, and tactics, which were referenced in the staff memo. In order to meet HUD's public input requirements, development of the plan was advertised and public engagement was conducted from January 18th through the 27th, and the draft annual action plan was released to the public for the required 30-day public comment period on February 27th. The comment period ended on March 29th. One comment was received during the comment period, and that is included in the comment summary attachment to the plan that will be submitted to HUD. HUD does allow for CDBG funds to be used for program administration and public services. However, there are spending caps associated with those expenditures, which allow for no more than 20% of the allocation to fund administrative costs, which would be approximately $37,000, and no more than 15% of the allocation for public services, which would be approximately $27,000 for program year 2023. The draft plan does indicate that $5,000 will be allocated to program administrative costs, which would be things such as publication costs for public meeting or environmental review notices, and then the remaining allocation will be used for the Ford Shell Ring Park project. And I would be happy to answer any questions that you might have regarding this.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion to move
Sure.
forward?
I move that the town council authorize submittal of the Community Development Block Grant Entitlement Program Annual Action Plan for the program year 2023.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion from council?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this came out of Finance and Administrative Committee, and thank you, Marcy, again, for the wonderful job that you do. Just a few comments that were made at that committee I want to bring forward for the benefit of the full council. We enjoy this opportunity of the Community Block Grant because of the census tracts and their area median income. And I asked the question of Marcy, is that starting to change because of the gentrification that is happening on Hilton Head? And the answer was, we are going to continue to enjoy because we have been exempt from it going away. Is that correct?
Yes, we are a designated exception community with HUD when it relates to the LMI threshold. Typically, a census tract must be 51% or more low to moderate income to qualify. Because of our census numbers, HUD has readjusted our threshold to 49.56%. So it's a little bit lower. So we do have 3 census tracts within the town that meet that threshold.
The point that I'm making is we must be very cautious as we continue to promote gentrification, okay? Because the funding is germane to the lower medium income levels. And the other thing that I wanted to add was, traditionally we have used these funds for low pocket parks, okay? And as I can appreciate that, we have been very successful with finding money outside of this program to do the bigger parks. So I would strongly suggest that in the future, we eliminate this use of funding for parks in smaller neighborhoods, but instead try to find ways to use this money so we are combating that gentrification that is happening, okay? Just wanted to make that point, but I'm totally in support of the plan moving forward.
Thank you. Any other council comments? Citizens' comments? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back. Cindy, will call the roll, please?
Certainly. Mr. Stanford?
For the motion.
Mr. Alfred?
Yes.
Ms. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Support.
Ms. Bryson?
Yes.
Mr. Ames?
Yes.
Mayor Perry?
Yes.
Motion carries, sir.
Okay, consideration of a resolution approving the Islanders Beach Park Master Plan. Taylor Ladd will present us the project.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Town Council, Town Manager, and the Island community. For the record, I'm Taylor Ladd, Capital Program Project Manager and lead for this project. I've also invited our consulting design team lead to join us for this meeting, Brian Whitmer. For here is a landscape architect and principal of the local firm Whitmer Jones Kiefer. It is our pleasure to bring forward today the Islanders Beach Park Master Plan. The purpose of this presentation is for Town Council's consideration of a resolution approving the Islanders Beach Park Master Plan. This is just a snapshot of our process. In March of last year, Town Council passed a resolution with general policy pertaining to beach parking passes and specific policy pertaining to Islanders Beach Park. In the time since, staff has developed a master plan in response to the direction received from this resolution, as well as stakeholder and community input. We met with Town Council this past February in a workshop where your comments were received with input from the community. This was followed by a meeting with the Parks and Recreation Commission a couple weeks ago to receive as well their recommendation for your consideration. The program recommendations for the Islanders Beach Park Master Plan are based on direct inputs we have received throughout this process. We started this journey with a CIP project to address parking, to address safe pedestrian and bike access to the beach, and to address drainage challenges. This led, however, to identification of other opportunities to conduct overall park amenity improvements, such as upgrading the playground. This is today our Islanders Beach Park. For reference, I have added emphasis on the specimen trees with the dark green circles and a lighter green shade for the significant tree locations, just as information. The park opened in 1999 and has since been a well-loved North End beach access park for our island, but there are things that can be done to make it better. This master plan was included in your packet and is what staff presented to the Parks and Recreation Commission, as I mentioned a few weeks ago. The main revision to the plan since your workshop is the addition of multiple options for safe bike and pedestrian access routes from the pathway on Follyfield Road, shown on your left, in the black arrow, and out to the beach. On this plan, we also cleaned up some of the bike parking and storage arrangements to better correlate with these pathway alignments. We have provided a 10-foot wide asphalt pathway along both the north and south property boundaries of the park, in addition to a proposed 12-foot wide pathway that is centrally located. The crosswalk that will serve the central access pathway across Follyfield Road is proposed to be tabled, or a raised crosswalk that is signed and will have high visibility markings. For the other two crosswalks, we are proposing as well high visibility markings with a centerline crossing signage. Parks and Recreation Commission has submitted to you their recommendation to approve this master plan with two considerations. First, to remove the on-street parking, and second, to table not one, but all three of the crosswalks for the park. Based on the Parks and Recreation Commission recommendation with public input at that meeting, we have prepared an alternative master plan for your consideration this afternoon. This alternate master plan addresses the concerns about locating the metered parking on Follyfield Road as on-street angled parking. In this configuration of the master plan, we have provided instead a standalone parking lot with 25 spaces for metered parking, accessed by the main park entrance. You can see that as you come into the park, it would be on the right just before you get to the drainage channel. Please recall that our historic agreement with the South Carolina Department of Health and Environmental Control, as condition of the grant we received for beach renourishment, is to provide public access to the beach, which includes 25 metered spaces for public parking located at Islanders Beach Park. Our current understanding is that the town will be required to pay back $1 million if we want to relocate the metered spaces from this park specifically. Regardless of how the metered parking is configured, this is our parking summary. With a separate metered parking area proposed and our ability to fill gaps in our current parking layout, we will be able to increase the parking availability by 76 spaces. We are providing more spaces for our beach pass holders while ensuring metered spaces are located strategically to support park monitoring operations. Just a reminder of our purpose today. It's been my pleasure to work on this project with you and the island community, and our team is very appreciative of the town manager's support throughout this process. I have before you the Islanders Beach Park Master Plan, as well as an alternative in response to concerns raised through the process about the proposed parking. Staff would appreciate town council's selection and approval of a plan for us to implement towards improving our well-loved beach park. Thank you for your time and consideration, and Mr. Whitmer and I will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Go ahead, David.
Yeah, good job. There are three access pathways towards the beach. Are they done because of capacity issues on one pathway?
But, well, we are proposing a 12-foot wide pathway down the middle of the park, and I certainly think, just from my personal use of the park, that this could potentially be adequate. However, we are interested in providing safe access for anyone who is coming to the park as a pedestrian or on a bike from either direction, because we have a lot of people coming from the north down the Follyfield pathway and a lot of people coming from the south. So if there's an opportunity to divert them through the park before they get further along, then that's what we'd like to do.
Okay. On the other master plan, it looked like you were proposing golf cart parking.
That's on this plan as well, sir. Right here, G. I believe
Okay,
24.
down there, I got it.
24 golf parking spaces, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. My inclination, if it's not a capacity issue, is that we should approve the master plan, but postpone the installation of the two boundary pathways until we assess the capacity issue. of the center one. I think the center one has the advantage of being in the control point of the property, so that, I don't know if you call it beach ambassador or the person who's acting as concierge, can answer questions or monitor who's entering the site. So it would be my recommendation that we look to approve this plan, but postpone the installation of the 2 boundary pathways.
Would, sir, if I hear you correctly, you are looking at proposing to take a phased approach at the installation of these pathways?
I'm introducing the phased approach.
But is it on this master plan or the revised master plan?
But we can go back to the other one. Okay, when I looked at this one,
The difference is the location of the metered parking.
yes. And that access is off the main road. And then the option is to get onto the pathway down on the boundary. Okay, got it. It would be this master plan then.
Ms. Tammy?
Just continuing that discussion with regard to the pathways. I think one of the considerations that make the multiple pathways make sense is that while perhaps currently or in the past a single pathway seemed reasonable, we have to remember that we have a situation, as much as we would love a way out of it, of timeshare units, close to 200, going in across the street. And those folks are going to use this beach access, and that will increase the number of people going down the center path tremendously and cause congestion, safety concerns, and the rest. So the multiple pathways make sense from that point of view. It also makes sense because, as you see from the top and the below pathways on the perimeter, they do not interfere with any of the traffic flow. They come around and come up onto a walkway. And so again, another safety aspect is met by that, providing for these additional 2 pathways, rather than having everyone come down that center and have to cross over where all the cars will be traversing to get around and through the parking lot itself. I would encourage us to go ahead knowing that Wimbledon timeshare is coming, to put those extra pathways in to provide the safety and increase the capacity for foot and bicycle traffic. I also want to mention and thank the Park and Recs Committee for forwarding this alternative plan on taking the metered parking off of the street. That was a dangerous situation. It would not have worked long-term, and we would quickly have found ourselves in a place where we don't want to be. And we know now going in that this alternative plan, if we must continue to have those metered parking, is the best plan. It's prior to where people get checked in or get past with the resident parking, so that's satisfied. And it's my understanding that those metered parking spaces will continue as they have been available to resident parking as well, free of charge, since they have a pass. So it's a win, and I appreciate y'all's effort on creating an alternative plan, and Parks and Rec Commission for forwarding that to us as their recommendation. And I would support the alternate plan with the 2 extra walkways.
Mr. Stanford?
Thank you. Taylor, did I understand you at the beginning that you said to table the decision concerning how many of these pathways, pedestrian pathways, would be going through until further development?
Oh, no, sir. By table, we mean the style of crosswalk is a tabled crosswalk, which essentially is a glorified speed bump.
I look at tabling as
Raised,
different.
like a raised crosswalk.
Right.
We're not
And
tabling the crosswalk.
so you are proposing that all 3 of these pathways be approved as part of this motion?
The Parks and Rec Commission recommended that instead of just one of the crosswalks being a raised crosswalk, that all three of them should.
While use of the park will change dramatically when and if the timeshare development is built, I don't see the need to expend the money for three pathways. It seems to me that one path would serve us adequately. Secondly, I think that the top of the image is north. The pathway along the north is running right alongside the Barony development. Barony has its own access. Most of the traffic comes from the other direction down Follyfield Road. And so to me, the only thing that is needed here is the pedestrian pathway in the middle. Thank you.
Alfred?
I agree with Mr. Stanford. Let me ask a question as on the capacity at the present time of using only the central one as opposed to any perimeter pathways. Do we have a capacity problem right now?
Currently, there is no pathway into the park. There is a crosswalk that is demarcated, and folks who come into the park on bike or by foot walk down the central drive aisle to get into the park. So they're coming in, there's a crosswalk right here, and they're walking down the middle of the road to get through here. Or they're riding their bikes in that way. So there's no pathway currently.
I'd go back to the table suggestion. If and when the development that's proposed nearby gets built and people move in, we may well want to do this, but until that happens, I think we should just do the central one and forget the perimeter ones until there is a demonstrated need for them.
Okay, comments from this side?
Yes, sir. Thank you for the options on the parking. But first, let me address the pathways with due respect to my colleagues, and I am a fiscal conservative. I don't like to spend money where we don't need to, but I have a duty to represent my constituents, a large part of whom go to this Islanders Beach Park and have worked. There's an Islanders Beach group who's been advocating, as the staff knows and the town council knows, about the use of this park, the park itself, not the beach, but the park. And to encourage and to respect residents' use of this park. So that group had advocated only for a pathway on the northern boundary. And then the plan was presented with only the middle pathway. So a compromise at first was to have a middle one and the northern one. And then there was more discussion of a town council committee, I think, or maybe the town council at our workshop about having a pathway on the southern boundary. Hence the three boundaries to try to meet all of those concerns. I advocate, my folks would only like the northern boundary, but because of foot and pedestrian traffic, I should say pedestrian and bicycle traffic coming from the south as well, then it did seem as though a southern pathway would be advantageous. I advocate for all three pathways. And I think there is a need. There certainly are capacity issues there because if you go there all times of the year, you'll see a need for parking. So I'm glad we're preserving trees and the space there, as well as adding some parking spaces. And I applaud those who come up with a plan to do that. So I would strongly advocate for all three pathways to meet all of those concerns and not stay with just one pathway. The one question I have about that is the number of crossings. If they're all tabled, as I understand, the elevated crosswalks on Follyfield Road, it serves as you mentioned, Ms. Ladd, the three kind of speed bumps there, which would slow down traffic through this area and help with pedestrian and bicyclist safety. So as long as they're all tabled, then I could support three of those crossings. Otherwise, I think one crossing and then an ability to get to the three pathway options would be another way to look at that. That leads me to the parking. I was interested in the first recommendation from staff of the on-street parking because that takes it out, the metered parking out of the park itself. and separates the parking interest, if you will. I've heard a lot of concern about safety of on-street parking, but I also am aware that on-street parking can help to reduce speed along roadways. And so there's a bit of a competing interest there. But now I'm seeing the parking within the park boundaries, getting it off-street, but separated from the residential use of parking. And I like that idea. It looks as though we're still going to have trees there, which I also like. So I like this plan here with all three pathways, and that's what I would strongly advocate for. I don't think there's a whole lot of expense in putting in those other two pathways, and I think it would address concerns of our residents about the use of this park.
Mr. Brown?
Yes, good afternoon. Can you go back to the parking spaces slides? Yeah, so we go to 142 spaces. How many of those spaces are going to be handicap spaces?
Currently, we have, Brian, do you know, 5? We can certainly add as many ADA spaces as,
When we say code, is that Town of Hilton Head code, or is there some national standard that we're, okay. I'm not necessarily getting into the one pathway or three pathway yet, but I think we need more parking spaces for handicap in this facility. It has an overlook that has been provided for handicap, and sense for us to be a little bit more aggressive in that area, okay?
and it is my understanding, Mr. Brown, and Mr. Gruber can qualify this for me, but anyone who comes to Islanders Beach Park who is approved to use and park in an ADA space, does not have to be a beach pass holder to park there. That is correct?
Actually a provision within state law that anybody who possesses a valid hang tag or decal for handicap are entitled to park for free in any designated space. So whether it be metered or not, they're entitled to park for free pursuant to state law.
Good. More the reason why we need a few more. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And as it relates to the pathways, I guess I understand both sides of the argument. I lean on, staff's recommendation as far as current capacity needs. And if not needed at the moment, then maybe we do table the other two until later. It's you go into one crossing and then into three pathways. Maybe it makes sense just to have everybody going through the center for now until we see the increased demand. That's my opinion.
So if you'll go to the other one. Yeah, so I do like that one better from an aesthetic point of view. And also from a safety and security for the cars that are there, because we've got a beach person that's there to kind of oversee, so that's good. Not having had a pathway there before, while I'm not saying to get rid of the other two, I'm saying hold off, but before I do that, the top one is also an access easement for EMS, is that not correct?
Starting here where this dashed line is, that is one of our emergency access points
Right.
that Fire Rescue and Shore Beach Services do use.
So with that being there, I wouldn't have a problem doing those two, but holding off on the bottom one until we know exactly what's happening with that new development, new timeshare, and what the timing is. Is it 1 year, 2 years, 3 years down the road that it's going to take for that to be completed and occupied? We know that they'll start sales before they finish, but I've also loved a land planner who says, put the paths where the people walk. Don't put the walkways in to make people walk there. So I've got really no problem this plan with the two walks, one in the middle, a wide one, and making certain that the top one is readily accessible. And then phase in the bottom one on an as-need basis based off of the development of the timeshare development.
Let me query you. You see where the emergency vehicles start. They don't go all the way to the road.
Oh, okay.
They're just at the upper right-hand corner.
Okay, so they would come in through the park?
Yeah.
They do have to drive through the park, yes, sir.
Okay, glad you clarified that.
If there's going to be a motion that is published, then I intend to amend that motion. So however we want to do that.
If I could come back to your comment, so it sounds as though it's suggesting maybe a compromise position, and that is the one in the middle and the one on the north, but wait on the one on the south. I can go along with that because my constituents have said we want the one on the north. So I could go along with that. And to Mr. Brown's query about handicap parking, I appreciate that if someone has a decal or a sticker, hang tag, that they can park in any place, but the designated handicap spots help to reserve those. And so I think we ought to be, and well, to your point about the pavilion there that's been designed for handicap access, I would like to see us increase the number of spaces even beyond the code requirements as dedicated spaces. I don't know, I don't have a number in mind, but I'll rely upon staff to develop that.
I also look at having 3 cross points on Follyfield Road is not ideal. If there was a way to have a walkway.
I just wanted to add a couple of things that we hadn't discussed yet, and Taylor introduced me, but Brian Whitmer Jones Kiefer. When we looked at this originally, we were trying to be sensitive to the site, the vegetation, the trees. Moving the parking interior, which, that's, I think that option's valid. We're taking out about 25 trees and all the understory trees there. The path at the north, we're playing dodgeball. We're going to take out at least 26 trees. Path south, 23. Those are the ones we have to take out. We're going to be in the tree roots. Middle, 8, and I just remind everybody right now we have no path. Right. And the situation, everybody walks down that center road, so even if we have so much safer, and as a planner, architect, I can make the crosswalk, we can make the crosswalk, where B is always put in a trail after. So that's
with that said, with the number of trees you just mentioned, which is close to 100?
It's about 75, including where we're putting the parking interior.
Right.
About 50 on the north and south.
You know.
The center trail is 7 trees out. There's not as many in that area, so it's easier to miss it.
To mitigate the trees that are going out from the inside parking, and adding a crosswalk path down. I would be willing to, allow the other 2 to be phased in later, but I would want to see how that center one works. And not having those 3 walkways across, that scares me that close. I mean, we're talking about Pineland and Northridge and all that with the people crossing there. And here we're creating 3 crosswalks.
The best place for one of those raised crosswalks is where a road intersects. When they get further away, they're not as safe.
Yeah, I'm not saying take the other two off the board. I'm just saying, put them aside for now. And let's move forward with the center one, see how that functions, knowing that we've got the other 2 that are there that we can do at a later time based off of need.
I would just like to add, though, you mentioned that that center crosswalk where folks are coming from the parking space, coming from that walkway area over to where you take the path down to the beach, that you could make that very safe.
At B, yeah. I mean, we can raise it there, we can put in pavers to slow down that section. You can even put the crosswalk, you can even put the divider in the middle that says yield to pedestrians, so I think we could do several different measures there to make sure that pedestrians have the right of way, and they should. And I personally think that body heat is what you want in a park, so the more people in the middle, the more it's going to activate. It's going to feel like a really cool. And as was said, I mean, we have the opportunity to we know the north and south trail can fit in. It's just how much vegetation we have to take out when we do that.
The vegetation aspect of it, that is, will allow me to be satisfied at the moment with that center park walkway. But I do want to, as we're getting into the weeds of the design, to make sure that I've mentioned that I would love to see, in my opinion, that highlighted safety crosswalk aspect built into all of this without aesthetically damaging the park. Y'all have the better language on this, but I think you get what I mean.
I think that's very, very important and critical, so we'll make sure we get it.
Thank you. I have one more question. You mentioned B. Is that the middle crosswalk where you're talking about?
Here.
I mentioned B, which, well,
Or
there's
this
two.
one. Oh, this one, at the drop-off zone.
Yeah, that's at the drop-off zone
okay.
where we'd
I was
make sure.
thinking a crosswalk on Folly Field. Okay, now I see which B you're talking about.
Yeah,
There's a lot of activity in there.
There is.
Yeah, that needs to be improved as well.
I have a question, Josh. I'd like to amend the published motion, but can I do that, or do we have to make a motion on the original and then amend it?
Has this been through any prior body in terms of approvals?
Parks and Rec Commission.
What I would do then, because it's coming out of a committee, we've typically brought forward whatever that motion is. I would make a formal amendment to that motion, have it seconded and approved, and that way then we can vote on the amended main motion.
Okay. I move council approve the Islanders Beach Park Master Plan as published.
Second.
Now I would like to amend it.
Okay.
I move that council amend the aforementioned motion to postpone the installation of the 2 walking paths next to the site boundaries until the performance of the pathway adjacent to the entranceway is evaluated.
Second.
Okay. That's right.
Jennifer Ray, for the record, just want to clarify that the motion should also include where you want the parking, because the original plan had it on street, and so if you want it inside, and then if you please add about the additional handicap parking as well.
Okay, is this site plan that we're looking at now identified? Can I identify this site plan?
Alternate metered parking plan, I think is what.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'd amend my motion to reference the alternate parking plan and include additional handicap parking spaces.
That's the alternate metered parking plan, correct?
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Any other discussion from council right now? Okay.
Mayor, if I could say, I'm going to apologize. I'm going to have to vote against the motion because of my constituents' request.
Okay. Citizens' comments. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Lee?
I want to talk a little bit about handicap parking in general. Thank you, Alex, for bringing it up. I did a little digging you guys saw today in statistics, so I thought one popped out at me. Many of you know I have a disability myself. It's not visible often, but becomes especially visible when we're talking about things like parks, beaches, long days. The town of Hilton Island, as we go through this master planning process, I want you all to think about the following. 6.9% of the population of Hilton Head Island under the age of 65 self-identifies as having a disability. That is according to the last census.
38.4% of our population is over the age of 65. 25.5% of all Americans self-identify with having a disability. And this is that I think is the most powerful, is Americans with disabilities have $500 billion in spending power. So as we design our island, which hosts millions of tourists a year, I just want you all to think about that, and our planners as well, that I don't believe that having the bare minimum of ADA accessibility parking, and actually my first time speaking in front of council, I talked to you guys about that, is not what we should be doing on this island where we strive for excellence. So just want to leave you guys all with that.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Mr. Babel.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just pulling my hair. We've given input to a couple of committees about this project, the so-called experts in bikes and pedestrian movement. And one rule is you don't mix bikes and pedestrians. You don't have one path right down the middle that has ADA problems and everything else, and everybody jammed together trying to get through, out of there with all the stuff, trying to get through some facilities up to the beach. You don't do that. We have the exercise for this is already in place. It's called the Beach Club. 10 years ago, the Beach Club was going to be torn down, and they were going to be 90 spaces to park cars for 7,000 residents or something like that. How did that work out 10 years later? What happened? We still have 90 spaces. We could put the Walmart shopping center there. We wouldn't have enough parking spaces. So what happened? We put in a trolley system, and the primary conveyance for people in Sea Pines there and to Tower Beach and to other places in Sea Pines is by bicycle. And so that's why you need that upper north thing right here to get people to put bicycles and put a whole bunch of parking spots right out here, right by the beach. That's where people will go. That's why they'll come to the beach here. And it'll get them out of the way of everybody else who go in the bathroom, bring their kids, all that sort of thing. They'll come up here and they'll take this northern path up here, and you put a bunch of bike paths up here. They do 600, 700, 800 of those every day in Sea Pines, and it works. And so I'd recommend you look at that, and that's the decision you make. The other one below, just table it for a while, it'll come up. Remember, we've got 8,000 people who are building homes in Hardyville right now. 7,000 are permitted. 15,000 new people who think they've moved to Hilton Head and this is their beach. Where are they going to go? We got to start thinking differently. We got to get some alternative venues. We got to use alternative transportation. We need trolley systems. And we got to encourage bikes, and we got to put parking spaces at all our beach areas to get people on bikes into the place, just like Sea Pines. That's what's happened in Sea Pines. Ask people in Sea Pines how they get to the beach. They go by bike. They like it. It's fun. It's family-oriented. It gets them close to the beach. It's cheap. Everybody wins. Okay? And so that's our recommendation. Don't mix them. Don't get ADA problems. Build a pathway on the top, table the other, and put a table on the street. A table. It's a big thing with a crosswalk on top. It'll slow traffic down, get people across. Big, wide one, 10 feet wide across, and lay a strip of asphalt and get them in. That'd be a recommendation. That's a recommendation we've given you in 2 other committees. And this is the 3rd time we've recommended the same thing. That's why we have a bike advisory committee. That's why we have Bike Walk Hilton Head Island. Help you folks come with these decisions instead of you having to kind of figure out what to do here, there. Okay? Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Babel.
Thank you. I just have some spontaneous reactions. The first one is I really commend the committee and the council on removing the street parking, because what you've done is eliminated the possibility that I thought of a little toddler, as a family was unloading their car, little toddler running out into the middle of Folly Field and disastrous results. So I think that was a terrific idea. I'm a big tree person. I have the most trees on my property in my entire little subdivision there. And so I hate the idea of removing even one tree on these peripheral pathways. But when I was looking at it, and I'm looking at it here, they're beautiful. And I'm thinking, you know, whether people would be strolling or riding their bikes down either of those paths. It would be a beautiful way to get to the beach through all those trees. And the other thing, when Tammy mentioned this huge thing that's going to be built there, I'm picturing, you know, a beautiful June or July Saturday afternoon in Hilton Head, and I could see there being a human traffic jam if you're trying to get everybody crammed into the one entrance to the beach. So I'm thinking maybe there could be a situation where the middle one is pedestrians only, and bike traffic, you know, might be vectored to the peripheral ones, and there might be the ability to just make it a better natural experience, but also kind of separate and lessen the traffic in any one area. Just a final comment, I totally agree with Mayor Perry that one crossing would be much safer, of Follyfield Road would be much safer than three different ones, particularly if you have a lot of car traffic and bike traffic and everything. So maybe what happens with these pathways is once that one entrance, then there could be bike paths and pedestrian paths leading to the peripheral pathways, you know, inside the park, so that there is just that one entrance. So those are my observations and comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I live on Follyfield, and I just want to reiterate, I would be very concerned if there were 3 crossings there. If I'm heading north, that's the direction I go when I leave. And to think about, especially in July, making that right and waiting for everybody to cross in 3 different places. And again, it's not yet, but if the timeshares go in, I think we all know that somebody's going to get hit over there. So minimizing that, because again, the bike path is on the other side of the street. Nobody's coming up that side to go in. They've all got to cross over. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other citizen comments? Okay, seeing none. I just want to make this comment real quick, is that what we've said is that what the motion is to put those 2 to the side for now, but come back based off of, you know, expectations and performance, so it's not off the table. So, Zendaya, will you call the roll, please?
Certainly. Mr. Stanford?
For the motion.
Mr. Alfred?
Yes.
Ms. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
We voting on the original motion?
No, the amended motion.
Support.
Ms. Bryson?
No.
Mr. Ames?
Yes.
Mayor Perry?
Yes.
Motion carries, sir.
Okay, consideration of a resolution approving the Shelter Cove Park Master Plan Final Phase. We have Mr. Eric Ladd, CIP Project Manager, is here to present.
Move to approve.
Okay.
Good afternoon. How's everyone doing?
Good.
My tongue's tired, if you really want to know.
Okay. You had to ask. Okay, great. All right.
My chair is sinking and my tongue's tired.
Well, thank you for having me here again. Eric Ladd, Project Manager with Capital Projects Division. We talked to you back in February. We presented this plan for the final phase of the Shelter Cove Park Master Plan. Also working with Whitmer Jones Kiefer, Brian Whitmer right here. We're here to ask for you to consider a resolution to approve this park. We met with the Parks and Rec Commission 2 weeks ago. They had a unanimous approval of it and their recommendation for you to approve it. Don't have any changes from the last time that we presented this to you. I'm happy to run through the presentation, or if you have specific questions, I can answer those for you.
Or I can make a motion.
I was just going to say the Parks and Rec Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval. So
I would make the motion that council approve the Shelter Cove Park Master Plan Final Phase as presented.
Second.
Can I interrupt just one moment? Sorry.
Okay.
So there was some question about bike parking that I was just reminded of, and there's some features in this plan as a master plan that We haven't gotten into that level of detail, but it will be accounted for. So that includes not only bike parking, but also furnishings such as benches, trash cans, water fountains, et cetera. So I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to.
Okay, that's all right. Any other discussion from council?
That was going to be my question, is where's the bike parking? Because we're adding this space, so it sounds like we're.
Citizen
It's in the
comments.
plans.
Do we have any citizen comments? Mr. Bailey.
Do you wear your track shoes? Bill Stunton, you're going to put only one path in. We made a mistake a long time ago when we built a corral to the right-hand side of this, or your left-hand side, I'm sorry. We built a corral because the corral was designed for when we're going to have events. Unfortunately, when you have events, you put fences around them so people won't intrude without having to pay. So we put a fence around where the bikes were supposed to be parked. So it turned out it didn't work out. And so the recommendation is, that we've made a couple of times already, is to take those U-shaped things, which is the best bike parking racks you could have in something like this, take them out and just scatter them around. But put them on this side of the fence when the fences go up by the Island Rec Association. Just scatter them around, because you don't have any particular place you know where the people are going to go. They're going to go picnic, they're going to go here, they're going to go see the kids on the playground, they're going to go look at the beautiful place over here, that sort of thing. So just take what you got there and scatter them around, and I think that'll be the right thing to do.
Okay.
I'll sit down, but I don't like it. I don't like it. Go take a look at the beach club.
Thank you. Any other citizen comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back. And Cindy, will call the roll, please?
Certainly. Mr. Stanford?
For the motion.
Mr. Alfred?
Yes.
Ms. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Report.
Ms. Bryson?
Yes.
Mr. Ames?
Yes.
Mayor Perry?
Yes.
Motion carries, sir.
First reading of proposed ordinance 2023-09, amending Title 16 of the Municipal Code of the Town of Hilton Head Island, the Land Management Ordinance to remove divisible dwelling units as an accessory use and to modify multifamily and single-family definitions. Is Ashley Goodrich or Missy?
Thank you. So this amendment went before the Public Planning Committee on April 10th and was voted unanimously forward to Town Council for review. And also on March 29th, the Planning Commission held a special meeting to review the proposed amendments and also voted unanimously to recommend this amendment go forward. So I have a brief presentation to go through that summarizes this amendment as well as where it sits in the overall LMO amendment process. Again, before you is a recommendation to review the proposed amendment and to adopt an ordinance for those changes. This is phase 3 of the 5-phase LMO amendment plan. Phases 1 and 2 have already been approved. And I'll have a couple of slides that go through the contents of what's included in each of these phases. So phase 1, I'm not going to cover some of this content as it was already reviewed and approved by this body. Phase 2 also was reviewed and approved. We're currently on phase 3. As stated, it was amendments to definitions of single family and multifamily, as well as elimination of divisible dwelling units. Coming up in phase 4 are some changes to our application and procedures, as well as considerable amount of changes to our residential and site design standards, pedestrian connectivity, floor area ratios, parking, open space, setback angles, also looking at modifying our traffic impact analysis, signage updates, stormwater requirements, some construction management plan requirements, as well as strengthening of our tree regulations coming up. Phase 5 will be conducted at the end of our growth framework and district planning process, but it includes a comprehensive review of the entire land management ordinance, as well as its overall organization, user friendliness. It will include an applications manual, as well as some sustainable development incentives, additional design graphics, again, alignment with our plan, and of course, integration of the outcomes of that growth framework and district planning initiative. Again, before you, and we'll go dive into what this phase is, phase 3, recommendation before you today. Again, it's to modify those definitions, and the purpose is to make it more like commonly used land management definitions for both multifamily and single family, as well as eliminating divisible dwelling units to calibrate densities such as there's no partial dwelling units for divisible dwelling units. So what are the proposed changes? Overall, it's some changes to multifamily and single family. Currently, multifamily is more dwelling units on a parcel, and the proposed change is to change that definition more. Single family is to change that definition to be more in line with what single family is commonly known as one home on a parcel. And then, of course, the elimination of divisible dwelling units. So we looked at some overall analysis of what these changes are and what impacts they could have. So the change of single family and multifamily does not prohibit more than one single family home on a lot if the density allows it. And also we did an analysis in our GIS to look at what parcels could be impacted of this change between single family and multifamily. And we estimated that there's about 146 parcels that currently have 2 addresses on a parcel that this change could impact. But then we further analyzed that approximately 95 of those properties have the density to develop 3 or more units on those based on the parcel size. Therefore, if they had 3 or more units, they would already have to meet the setback and buffers that are required for multifamily. So about 50 of those have the density for 2 dwelling units and could be impacted by this change. And 10 of those are on tidal and freshwater wetlands. And we have a summary of some of those impacts to the development standards that could be applied to those particular properties. So there are 3 zoning districts that allow for single family but do not allow for multifamily. Those districts are the residential single family 3, 5, and 6 districts. However, there are no structures within those 3 districts that will become non-conforming with this change. Family compounds and family subdivisions are also not impacted by this change, as the code for family compounds considers that use to be single family. So this is the map that shows those approximate 143 impacted parcels and where they're located on the island. This slide is a summary of 4 of our setback and buffer tables. And basically, for the most part, there are no changes for the majority of our adjacent street setbacks and street buffers and adjacent use buffers. However, there could be changes to the adjacent setbacks. However, in all cases, it's either the same as what is currently allowed or reduced. So that means, again, we're only talking about the impact of homes that, or parcels that currently have 2 homes on them that will now no longer be considered single family, but will be considered multifamily. So there are some changes to those properties that are on wetlands, either tidal or freshwater. Currently, there are some changes, or their tidal wetland setbacks or buffers are based on, for single family, there's an existing 20-foot minimum that's required. However, there also will have to meet both the average buffer as well as the minimum. For freshwater, currently single family does not have any wetland buffer requirements, and there will be new buffer requirements introduced. So for the removal of divisible dwelling units, in essence, all divisible dwelling units would become legal nonconformities. Divisible dwelling units are currently allowed as an accessory use that are permitted with conditions in 2 districts only, in the Caligny Resort District and the Resort Development Districts. And they're only allowed in multifamily or interval occupancy developments. We were looking at the number of possible divisible dwelling units, and we could not create an estimate for that amount. We do know that there are approximately 3,000 timeshares, and we know that there's a small portion, approximately 100, that do include divisible dwelling units. In some of our research, we had identified that some existing or formerly approved divisible dwelling units have been converted back to whole units. So there will be some impacts to nonconformities that will be created. We do have a section within the code that identifies how we handle nonconformities, and that's how we would address those structures that become legal nonconformities. A high-level review of this amendment, I'd be happy to address any questions that you may have at this time.
So before we go there, do we have a motion to approve?
Yeah, I would make the motion that council amend Title 16 of the Municipal Code of the Town of Hilton Head Island, the Land Management Ordinance, to remove divisible dwelling units as an accessory use and to modify multifamily and single-family definitions.
Second.
Okay, discussions by council. Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Look, thank you for documentation here, particularly the considerations. I'm not a member of the Public Planning Committee, so y'all be patient with me here, okay? Just a few things. The background on the memo speaks to content presented in this phase correlates directly with input received from the island community and neighborhoods. So I'm curious to know if there's a process in place as we move forward with LMO amendments that will measure against the task force recommendations that were adopted by a previous council.
The Gullah-Geechee task.
Yes, thank you.
As it relates to this amendment set, or?
Well, I'm going a little bit ahead because we've got additional phases that we will be going into, right? So
Yes.
I'm curious to know if there's a process in place so that we are not, I'm not sure how you got to these considerations. Okay, I'm wanting to know for future phases, how do we get the list of considerations, either negative or positive impacts against the adopted recommendations?
Sure. So for phases 4 and 5, there will be a robust communications and outreach and stakeholder plan that's associated with those recommendations. We will have community input sessions that are part of the rollout, and certainly both the Planning Commission and the Gullah-Geechee Task Force will be stakeholder groups that we would review those amendment sets with.
Okay, so the considerations that you have listed here, is that something that staff came up with on their own, or is that from it going through a task force? Is it from public comment? I'm just curious as to how we got here.
Well, the amendments that were in phases 1 through 3 have been identified through various public input and have been on LMO improvement sets that staff has been keeping logs of for some time. So that's really where, these were from input from the community. That's where these came from.
Okay, this attachment 2, does that correlate with what you had on the screen earlier as far as what we're going to be seeing next?
For phases 4 and 5?
Yes.
I believe so, yes.
We go back to it because as I get older, my eyes get worse. Yeah, so phase 4, and I'm focusing on floor area ratio, but I don't see that on this attachment.
Sure. So on that attachment, updated residential site design standards is where some of these have some additional sub-bullets with more specificity of what we mean by that. And so, yes, what's on the screen is a little bit more detailed than what was in your
Okay,
packet.
perfect. I just want to make this comment publicly, and I appreciate all the work that Public Planning Committee is doing and staff is doing, I just want us to be very comprehensive as we move forward with these LMO amendments to make sure that they're not negative effects to items that we have previously discussed. The setback angles, floor area ratio, they may come across as family compounds not being affected, okay, or family subdivisions not being affected. But what if you're not applying for a family compound or family subdivision, okay? Those considerations have to be taken very seriously. And secondly, the family subdivision, if I'm not mistaken, still has some, I'll call them hiccups, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Is that being proposed to be handled in phase 5 when we're looking at everything?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I'm gonna turn to the mayor and town manager here. I'm not quite sure that that is appropriate because if you may be stripping something in this phase and folks may be leaning towards family compound or family subdivision to get some relief and there's problems with it, they're not gonna go there, okay? So I think we need to take a look at that issue with the family subdivision sooner than later versus waiting for phase 5.
Okay. Anything else, Alex?
Thank you.
Good.
Thank
other
you, Missy,
comments?
for your work.
From the council, any other comments?
I'll make one tangential comment. Ty Scott brought up ADUs, or accessory development units. At some point, I think after we've gotten district plans done, we're going to have to consider the flexibility of those units being allowed if they are long-term rentals and are providing affordable housing.
Okay. Any other comments?
Can I add one thing to that? Thank you, Councilmember Ames, for raising that, and Councilmember Brown for reminding us of the task force. I did ask at Public Planning Committee, especially during district planning, that we run all the district plans by the task force, being the Gullah Geechee Land and Cultural Preservation Task Force. So I think the other point is that while we make amendments today, that as we go through this phase in district planning, we may still need to tweak something again. And I'm glad that you asked to move forward. I would support moving forward, whatever hiccups there are now with the family subdivisions and family compounds, if there are any hiccups there as well, to phase 4.
Thank you for that. Okay. Any citizen comments? Yes, Caitlin. Scott?
Taiwan Scott, again, for the record. And again, I'm obligated to be here and put it in the record. Before taking any rights, town should consider purchasing development rights. I mean, you guys set a precedence before. If we're stripping people from their permitted values of their property, that I'm not sure how we're not considering that as a land taking when they have permitted uses and they're not being compensated. And again, for the record, the majority of the RD zone properties that are undeveloped are currently owned by Gullah natives. How can we not consider that they're being targeted? I just need to put that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Ms. Lee?
Yeah, I just wanted to echo what David said, is that accessory dwelling units are most definitely a solution to our workforce housing. So I would be really wary to off the books completely.
Okay. Thank you. Any other citizen comments? Yes, sir.
I think the focus has been on it's only going to affect a few parcels, but taking rights away, it affects future value and your ability to say do a duplex or do a mother-in-law suite. If it's multifamily, you're going to get squeezed. You're going to be unable to do what you were going to do before, and I guess that's the stated goal, to reduce, but these are mostly affecting off-plantation landowners, and it's focused on them. So I think I think it should be slowed down and really looked at very carefully, please.
Thank you. Mr. Campbell.
Good evening, I'm Morris Campbell. I want to echo what was said earlier, Mr. Mayor and members of council, town manager. Certainly the concern and the effort of the council should be admired for what you're trying to do, but I think piecemealing it is going to end up with a bigger problem than what we have now. I know that you're trying to update the LMO by just doing it in all process. Once you've completed it back, you said, gee whiz, what this direction, but we're really hurting another portion of that balloon. So I just caution you to be very, very cautious and very careful as to what you're doing. Don't rob Peter to pay Paul in this instance. Something to change the density. While I'm up here, I may as well make my other comment is that I encourage you to continue to keep in the back of your mind the affordable housing issue. During the day, or what you all are proposing to do today, certainly Councilman Ames made the point. Talking about affordable housing, we need flexibility, not changing to reduce what we have, but expanding what we have the opportunity to do. Look at that traffic on Highway 278 coming to the island, and we say, oh, gee whiz, that's the traffic, but that's more than the traffic. That's the lifeline, folks, of the life of the island and the life of the people on the island, because most of the traffic of people that serve us as far as islanders are concerned, they aren't living here. Love to have them living here at some point, if they desire to live here, or at least give them that. Please, as we change our ordinances and as we change our thinking, let's not just do it for what we call window dressing to say that we're doing something, but let's be serious about what we're doing as far as benefit the quality of life for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Thank you. Any other citizen comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back. Cindy, we call the roll, please.
Certainly. Mr. Stanford?
For the motion.
Mr. Alford?
Yes.
Ms. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Report.
Ms. Bryson?
Yes.
Mr. Ames?
Yes?
Mayor Perry?
Yes.
Motion carries, sir.
Mr. Orlando, do we have a need to go into executive session?
Yes, Mayor. As identified on your agenda, item 12A, 12B, C, D, and E, as represented on the agenda.
Okay. Do I have a motion to go in?
Yeah. I move that council go into executive session for the reasons stated by the town manager.
Second.
Second. All those in favor, raise your right hand. So moved.
Okay.
So we've got a couple of agenda items to go over. Tammy, if you'll go through that, decisions,
Sure.
actions.
We have a motion to appoint to a couple of board and commission seats. I'd like to make a motion for the following nomination for the board of Beaufort County Airport. Brian Teresi.
Second.
All those in favor, any discussion? Will you call the roll?
Certainly. Mr. Stanford?
Call the motion.
Mr. Alfred?
Yes.
Ms. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Support.
Bryson?
Yes.
Mr. Ames?
Yes.
Mayor Perry?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries, sir.
There's another motion. Oh, I beg your pardon.
I have one more. I move that we appoint Mr. Steve Simone to serve on the town's Board of Zoning Appeals as an at-large member with an initial term expiring June of 2025.
Second.
Any discussion? Any discussion from the floor? Zendaya, if you'll call the roll, please.
Certainly. Mr. Stanford?
Yes.
Mr. Alfred?
Yes.
Ms. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Support.
Ms. Bryson?
Yes.
Mr. Ames?
Yes.
Mayor Perry?
Yes.
Motion carries, sir.
Mr. Ames?
Yes, there's a motion that I may need some help, Josh. SCDOT has offered a quitclaim deed for the toll booth, and I move that council exercise that and for $5 from the general fund.
Second.
Any discussion? Any discussion from the floor? Dave, we call the roll, please.
Certainly. Mr. Stanford?
Yes.
Mr. Alfred?
Yes.
Ms. Becker? Yes. Mr. Brown?
Support.
Ms. Bryson?
Yes.
Mr. Ames?
Yes.
Mayor Perry?
Yes.
Motion carries, sir.
Thank you very much.
Who we adjourn?
Nothing else to report.
We're adjourned.